while this is doing its thing, I'm going to go grab a bottle of water, so I will be right back. Alright. Check something real quick while... Yes. Alright, we're good. I was just making sure it was on the headset. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind. I haven't got a chance to play all really too much this week. Other than the stuff I did a little bit off stream with the wife before I went to work. But it's mostly just working on just getting my leather and everything up a little bit. My leather crafting. Hunting, working on leather crafting. This is probably the most tedious bit because just hunting takes forever. Where is my hunting skill at? $15. So I'm not far from being able to break down the goats that I have in my thing then. It's just going to be a little bit more time. And I can only imagine where my wife is at with her levels. Because I'm pretty sure she's at least level 40 with most of her stuff. But I've been bouncing around between different games, whether it be Warframe or this, whenever I get the chance, and Rainbow Six Siege, and something else I was playing. What was it? There's something else I was playing at the time as well. Other than Tainted Grail, there was another game. Division 2, Division 1. Do I have any food? Yes, I gotta eat that. The food bar was definitely not looking the best there. Stamina bar. But yeah, here tomorrow night, or tomorrow evening, me and the wife will sit down and be streaming this for a little bit. Get some stuff done together. I was telling her, because she was selling some stuff here in the market. Actually, let me go see if I made any more sales in the market. I did. $97 coins. Must have been the tree sap. a jackal. Jackal. Good thing is I'm not as tired as when I was whenever I was playing this last, so definitely a little bit more on the more talkative side. Because I was just exhausted whenever I was playing, whatchamacallit yesterday, Warframe. Just exhaustion. And I can't be up too late this morning, or what have you. Yeah, we might be able to get to 19 here. I like carts here. No, I don't have any more of that stuff. And I'll throw the basic raw meat into the bank, and I'll have to pass that off to the wife here tomorrow. Oh yeah, we're gonna get to at least maybe a quarter of the way into 19 with that bar moving as fast as it is. And 19. I don't believe I need the rough leather for anything else, since I made the wife stuff with it last time, so I can go through and just sell it. I don't know why people are selling it for that high. I think, you know, maybe 7 is good enough. Oh, someone else bought some stuff. Ooh. Hopefully I'll have some time to make my review then. Not even my review, just kind of like my overall thoughts of the game so far. Oh, someone made stairs. Are those stairs? No. No, they're just tiles. They look like... Oh, no, they're stairs. I need birds. Need to get a lot of these birds. There we go. The goats are nice though, but they don't offer more XP for going after them. Just gotta get close enough. There we go. My UI is bugging out a little bit. Got that little blackish blue dot. Actually, I should probably grab the cart. Start moving it over to the other birds that were over this way. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm ready to start making my upgraded tools. First thing I'm gonna do is work on getting a pickaxe. Although I wouldn't mind dabbling in masonry a little bit because I'm going to need the glass bottles and everything. Although I'm definitely curious on what the next upgrade is for the tools. Because it looks like there's at least up to tier 9, but I don't know about any higher. So I'm definitely going to have to go out and explore. Let's say we can... How many more birds are out this way? See the one. I think there's... Yeah... 3 more birds. So I can get us up to 10. Solid, so I'm just gonna collect the flour because, you know, reasons. Bug the wife and get some better food. See, are the birds still close? I think that's one over there, but pack up and move forward a little bit more. Come on, there you go. Level 16. There's another bird over here, wasn't there? Yeah, over there. Although I am curious now. I did see that cave entrance. Look around real quick. What are you? It's creepy as all hell in here. But it looks like it's mostly just iron veins to a degree. Where's the entrance? There it is. hunting. What are we looking like? 16. Even with what we have right now, it's not going to be enough. We'll have to wait until we get to 20, and hopefully that might push us a little bit more towards the edge of leveling again. We'll just keep on hunting the birds and just getting that bar up a little bit higher until we go back and have to cut it all down and extract the hide, meat, and fur if they drop any. Fur's a little bit more rare. What is going on in that side chat right now? I seen femboys and I was like, alright, my eyes are leaving that corner now. Trying to remember how much EXP you got for breaking the birds down. I know it's a fair amount. I wouldn't even see XP, but how long does it take to do it? Because that's the real key. The longer the task, the more you're going to level up. And it sucks I can't carry any more of my personal cargo. Or sprint a little bit, or move a little bit faster while carrying cargo. At least the positive bit is there's not really anybody out here. Nobody's out here to try and hunt the birds right now. These are the last two birds I need. before I can head back and start breaking them down. Are you kidding me? Come on, let me click on it. Tired. Alright, I can grab that. Wagon should be back over here. Yep. Alright, last bird. Actually, get one more for the road. I can put that in my my cargo slot. If I can find one more. I didn't see any. No, there's some more. They spawned. They respawned over there. Claim you. All right. Time to make our way back home. Whoa, map, calm down there. It's a fair amount, but it's not a whole lot. It's gonna take up a lot of inventory space too, I can feel it. You know, one thing's for sure, it's gonna be a lot of leather. Actually, go over here and put some stuff in the bank real quick. Bumped us to 17. Yeah, it's gonna take up a lot of space. Looks like the smithing area got moved again too. Because it was originally over there, but now it looks like it got moved over here. That's a lot of stuff. Well, leather working will be at least 20, but that hunting thing is going to take a minute still. Yo, what's going on, Scissors? Working on trying to get my hunting and leather working leveled up some. And selling the tier 1 leather in the marketplace right now for some gold. Since I don't need it anymore right now. So, figured make some extra coin while I'm doing it. You gonna get the new Dying Light game when it comes out? I've never played the first one or the second one. If I were to pick it up, I would have to play one of the two to get an idea. But I've never played. I've played Dead Island, which is like a precursor to that. I've just never really been a big fan of like the movement. In the Dead Island games, at least. Out of all the games that are coming out, there was one game that caught my attention. Recent-ish. I don't think it's new. I might have to take a look at it then. I know at some point I want to sit down and do some more Power World with the wife. But the wife is addicted to this game right now. I even got one of my buddies, I also got one of my buddies into this game. His name's King. We were playing 2 weekends ago, back whenever it dropped, but I haven't had a chance to sit down and play anymore with him. Yes, the game's only available right now on Steam. It's in an early access state right now, so bare minimum of what's going on. They haven't released a roadmap yet, but it is a lot of fun. It's very casual. It's one of those games where you just turn your brain off and just play. And it is a MMO city builder, essentially. Because where I'm at, this is all player made. And this guy over here, Hirbonite, he's the one that is running the place, because if you look very closely above his head, he has like a crown, what looks like. He's the owner of this empire. But it's one massive server that 3,000 players can play on. And this is just a small scale of what the map is right now, but you have all the way up here, all the way over here, all the way over here, down this way. So it's fairly big. And of course, we're right over here, kind of like in the dead center. My first town I spawned in, see Redfin's there. I think I started out in, ooh, too fast. This was Dust Hollow was the place I started out in. And then I made my way up to Redfin, and my wife spawned, where was it? Right over here at Glitmore. So she met me here and I met her there, and we worked there for a good while, and then I seen that this place up here, this empire started, so I moved up this way. And I told her she should move up this way because she'll be connected with the ocean, because she can do her fishing and all that stuff. Damn, I don't have any more of that. But yeah, if your wife has like a decent computer, then you guys can definitely play along with us on any of the days that we may be streaming, or any of the days that we be playing. I need to go out and get some more planks. But my kind of role that I'm doing in the game, like, so you have skills and professions. Professions is everything from carpentry, farming, fishing, foraging, masonry, leatherworking, hunting, forestry, mining, scholar, smithing, and tailoring. I have to level up tailoring, smithing, mining, forestry, hunting, leatherworking, foraging, and carpentry just to be like a proper smith, so that way I can actually make my tools. And weapons and stuff for people as well. Go through and try and get at least like 6 logs. Depending on what you mean by slow, like it's a game where you kind of just go at like a very casual pace. I wouldn't say it has like fast pace, like action and all that stuff. It's like a slower, it is a like slower pace game to a degree, but it is a lot of fun. It's something that if you're looking for something that doesn't require a whole lot of brain power and you just want to come home and relax and just turn your brain off, because I'm playing with one hand. I'm playing with just the mouse because that's just how the game is designed to be played. But have you sat down and got a chance to play the Isle Weaver update yet? Because I played it a few times this week and last week when it dropped, and it's been fun. I haven't really messed around too much with the event because they have the 8 Claw event going on right now where you can go through and earn the arcanes like you could during the Jade Light event. But it's been fun. And slowly meandering my way through getting the stuff I need, and I did get the new frame. I played it a little. It's interesting waiting for TennoCon this year before I really get back into it. My main goal was to hit MR30, and I did that, so now I'm waiting for some good and new. I mean, I feel that. I dipped my toes back in a little bit. I do like the spider frame, though. She is a lot of fun to mess around with. I definitely like her playstyle, and I feel like they need to go through and kind of buff up Necros a little bit to a degree, make his summon scale a little bit. When all Necros is just like your basic loot frame. They need to put some emphasis back into his summons a little bit. Yeah, it's Kamisado that you get from the 1999 from either playing and earning it or buying it from Nyx. So, and I did get it leveled up to level 1. Well, I'm gonna have 120 buckets. I completely forgot that it makes 10 buckets per plank, so I should realistically have the room for it. That's what my buddy's been playing as, Mirage. But as far as frames go, I can definitely say Oroxia is a lot of fun to mess about with. See, I haven't messed with Mirage, although they did release Ureli Prime with this update, or just before this update. And at some point I need to sit down and grind relics to get her, because that just saves me from actually having to go through and do the quest. And I'm not far off from getting the, what was it? The new weapons that they dropped in the last update with Temple. I am drawing a blank. I do remember having the name written down in the last stream I did for it, though. Yes, thank you. Coda weapons. My problem right now is, though, like, even though I'm still actively leveling up weapons and shit, is I'm not getting the last thing to at least start getting the materials going to get the Coda weapons. you got a ribbon for one of the Coda weapons? Or since you had the ribbon, you were like, ah, fuck it, I'll go get that Coda weapon. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't... My problem is I'm trying to get that Trojan tracker mod because that's what my guy needs, and we farmed like 2 days and I haven't gotten one yet, and it's the last mod I need to go through and actually do my guy then. Because it was that and Dust Driver, so I managed to get Dust Driver, and when I tried executing my guy, it didn't work. I was like, really, I'm going to need this last damn one. But Tyler was like, oh, well, at least once you get this last one, you won't have to worry about it for a while unless they continuously keep using the same mod, then you'll be fine, because now you have all of them. I'm like, true, but that's still annoying, though, because I'm having to rely on heavy RNG. Yeah. I've been getting a lot of duplicate copies of all the other stuff, just not the other ones that I actually need. I mean, I probably could, but I think they're selling for a decent price, though. Let me check, out of curiosity's sake. I think it was Trojan Tracker I needed. I mean, that's not awful. 5 plat for that. Lowest of 5 plat. Yeah, I probably could trade for it. But since it's something so easy, I really don't want to drop plat on something as simple as that. Now, if it was like a prime part, like the last prime part, and I was just getting shafted every which way coming and going every time I got a relic, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to go through and just buy it. But yeah, I'm bouncing around between a lot of games as of lately. I haven't had a time to where I can just sit down and be like, okay, I'm just going to do this for a little bit. Like tonight we were playing Siege, but I was having some connectivity issues, so I stopped streaming and just put the stream on private, because it was only 30 minutes that we were playing for. It could have been the servers, or it could have been something on my end, I'm not sure. But I've been getting back into Siege a little bit, and it's been fun. toxic as usual sometimes, but still fun. Especially whenever I actually have people to play with. That way I'm not relying on randos. Clash Royale. Never heard of Clash Royale. Although I have to sit down and... Didn't they just drop a title update for Monster Hunter again? Or is that coming out later? Oh, sweet. I didn't think it was out yet. But that's a positive. I didn't know it was out. I'll have to sit down and check out the title update for that then. At some point when I get the moment. Alright. Any talks of adding the Angry Pickle back into the game yet? Because I haven't really been paying too much mind to any updates or anything for that. I've been kind of watching some stuff on Destiny 2 as of lately. Or at least just like trying to keep up to date on what's going on with the Edge of Fate. Come on. I see the bird. See a couple of birds. I haven't heard anything about the pickle. Damn. I like his fight, but he can be annoying sometimes. But I'm curious to see how crazy he's gonna be whenever they add him to whatchamacallit here. Wilds. Great music, great design, and honestly keeps me on my toes. I mean, I guess out of all the fights that I've done, at least in Wilds, limiting it down to Wilds, is, I like, Gormagala's fight. He was annoying at first, but then once I kind of studied him a little bit more, he became more and more of my favorite fight. But as far as world goes, I would say probably, I think it was Teostra, the Fire Lion, the Elder Dragon. I enjoyed his fight a lot too. I would say probably a close second would probably be the Death Elder Dragon, the one that has like the rot looking set. Gormagala is a good fight, especially in Monster Hunter 4 Unity. Oh, you didn't like any of the Elder Dragons? Yeah, Valasak. I enjoyed his fight. At some point I have to sit down and go through and play Rise, although my buddy's been pestering me to sit down and play, wanting to sit down and do a Souls run, like go through and play Demon Souls all the way up through until Elden Ring. We'll probably do like the mainline Souls titles. Did not realize Bro was fighting the Jackal. I think Hollow Knight is considered Souls-esque, but it's like a 2D Souls-esque. The Souls games are fun if you can get into them. They're very hard, but once you study the fight, it's pretty easy. I would say it's about comparable as like fighting a boss, or not. The boss fights are comparable to like fighting like monsters from Monster Hunter. They all have like their unique move sets and mechanics and everything that you kind of have to study and learn. If you don't pick up on like keys and whatever, then you're gonna have a rough time about it. What, doing the boss fights in Souls? Not really. there's a lot of unique weapons and stuff, and you do get boss drops and boss armor if you exchange their souls for it. The armor, I think you can just get from one of the other vendors. They typically sell it, but if you're trying to get their unique weapon to play with through the playthrough, then you turn that into whoever can exchange it for you. Out of all the Souls games, I do like Bloodborne, and I do like Elden Ring. Elden Ring is by far still one of my favorite Souls because it just had the open world aspect to where I can kind of just explore and just enjoy myself and get immersed into the world a little bit more. And with it being a Souls title, it just made it even better. Because even if I'm bashing my head against something at a fight, I could be like, okay, fuck this. I'm gonna go level up. I'm gonna go explore the other parts of the map, and I'll come back later. Bloodborne, I love the world and atmosphere. Like, if you've ever played, like, Remnant, that's a Souls-esque game, or even, like, Remnant 2. There's a world that you can get into in Remnant 2. It's called Loathsome. And it kind of has, like, that same vibe and atmosphere as Bloodborne, and I love every bit of it. That and a lot of the cool and unique weapons and shit and armor sets come from Loathsome. Especially in the DLC for the One True King or something like that. The archetype that you can get there, like your skills and powers and everything, and the armor set is honestly my favorite because it's called the Ritualist, and he's pretty much like an elemental mage to a degree, but he applies like status effects and shit to everybody with your second skill that you unlock called Miasma. It's honestly one of my favorite things, and in all honesty, I may end up like streaming the game one day, put it up on hard, and just go through and replay it for shits and gigs. And it's one of the few games that I did platinum. And my buddy Alpine helped me go through and get the Apocalypse mode done for it. We actually got it done in like 2 days. But he had more of like a mid-max set, essentially allowing him to go through and I pretty much just jumped in his backpack. I morphed into a backpack as soon as I joined up on him into Apocalypse. Although my elemental status effects were fucking things up, it was just the bosses and everything were way more difficult. Oh yeah, I'm not afraid to admit it. Apocalypse is fucking straight up hard, but you do get... There's like tiered reward systems, so say if you go through like, you know, your standard easy, you don't really get anything. But if you do, you know, hard, you get a unique unlock for completing that difficulty. But if you just go from like playing the normal game and getting everything that you want and then go straight to Apocalypse, you get everything from Apocalypse and down. You get all like the unique rewards and everything. And one of them was World Splitter, which was a giant fuck-ass sword that was pretty much built from the crystals from Remnant, but it had like a wave attack that you pretty much like did the power stance for, and you would just shoot like, you would swing like a big like crescent beam that cut through multiple things. So if you were doing like a melee-centric setup in there, it was cool. I didn't really use it, I just wanted it more for like the collector's item sort of case. But there was one weapon in there that was really cool that caused like a black hole to spawn. I forget what it was called though. not without actually logging in. But no, Remnant was definitely my favorite game, and it's on like a tile set system, so every time you run through it, it's different each time. It's still the same world, but you get like different dungeons that spawn, different puzzles can be in the world. It's all like, it's different each time, so each playthrough is more and more unique every time you go through and do it, and it's just chef's kiss. And I can't wait until they come out with a Remnant 3. I'm picking that shit up on launch, and I will be taking a day off and streaming it that night for the whole day. But the DLCs that they dropped, good as well. My least favorite was the second one, but I really liked the third one, where we went back to Nerud. I just kind of wish they did something more with the labyrinth. But they did add a secret puzzle there, and you were able to get like a cube gun that had infinite ammo that can change between a rifle and a shotgun. And you had to go through and find these cubes hidden throughout the labyrinth. I think there was 10 plus, and if you died, you had to go through and like re-get them all over again. And they were in like very hard and obscure hidden spots. I don't pre-order a lot of games due to the state of gaming, such as Cyberpunk, No Man's Sky, Fallout 76, Dying Light 2, Dying Light, The Beast. I pre-ordered immediately. Trust me, I feel the same way. I don't even really pre-order that many games anymore. The only thing I ever really pre-ordered is for like DLCs and stuff, so that way I can sit down and play the DLCs. Like, I was very addicted into Destiny. I don't know if you ever played Destiny, but I pre-ordered the fuck pretty much out of every DLC and pretty much was playing on launch for most of those DLCs that dropped. I think my longest stream was whenever I was playing the Witch Queen DLC back several years ago. But yeah, I totally agree. The state of gaming, you can't trust anything to be good on launch. You have to pretty much wait until reviews come out anymore, which is sad. I've pre-ordered several games in the past. I pre-ordered Battlefield 4, Battlefield 1, pretty much all of the most if not all of the DLCs for yeah. Even those games on launch weren't good, but they fixed them up. Yeah, that's pretty much why I like No Man's Sky. Like, I pre-ordered No Man's Sky. I picked that game up the day it dropped. Like, I was a little bit younger still, so I had to wait until my mom got home from work. And then as soon as she got home, I was like, Mom, can we go out and pick up my pre-order? And she was like, yeah, let's go. And we went out, and I think it dropped right around my birthday. And this was like just right after I graduated high school and everything. And I didn't have a car yet, so I pretty much was like, can we go out and get it? And she was like, yeah, let's go. And we went out, and I got my No Man's Sky, and I was immersed into the world, but I pretty much just waited until more stuff came out for it, and I heard a lot of the negative reviews and backlash, and I was kind of more agreeing towards it, but they've been dropping every DLC for free. Like, any major update, they've all dropped for free, and yeah, I kind of can't wait until Light No Fire drops, because if they're just doing a single world and they're littering it with like a bunch of structures and stuff, I think it's going to be good. I will say though, if there's one Soul game that I can recommend for you to get into, I would definitely check out Remnant. It's literally Dark Souls with guns. You get a long rifle, a sidearm, which is effectively just a secondary, but there's a lot of cool and unique secondaries that you can get, and a melee weapon. And there's a bunch of different classes and secrets, and it's great, dude. I have over 100 hours in there, and there's still stuff I haven't gotten yet, because it's a lot of like secrets and time-consuming stuff to do, essentially. But it's one of the very few games that I can sit here and say wholeheartedly recommend. Even Remnant 1's good, but there's not as many crazy stuff in there as there is in 2. So I would say definitely pick up 2 first and then go play 1. Hell, I'll even go through and pick the game up again on plate or PC and stream it from here if anything, so that way I have a reason to replay the content again. I'd wait until it goes on sale, so that way I don't have to go through and drop full price on it. Like if the game goes on sale with all of its DLCs and everything, instant cop. And they also did like a boss rush mode is in there as well, and it also helps get some of the other stuff. Where whenever you go through and do the boss rush mode, it will give you like items and stuff that you may have missed in those worlds, or a chance of giving you the items that you missed in those worlds, kind of like as a like cleanup thing. It's not something that you would want to run immediately as soon as you get into the game. That I don't even think it's unlocked until you beat the game anyway. Where's those other songbirds? But yeah, if you do get it, definitely get the DLCs with it. You will not regret the purchase if you're into some challenging games like that. Although sometime here in July, we may be sitting down and playing some Ready or Not as well, because my buddy said it was coming to consoles, although I've been hearing a lot of negative feedback about that as of lately, because they're censoring the game. Damn it, I think the other one ran off or despawned or something. Oh no, it's over there. That's another bird. Cool bit is I did sell some leather though, so I'm gonna have to go back and pick up the money from that. Well, I guess in terms of big games that I plan on playing in the future. So, I'll give you some history of the channel a little bit. So, I made the channel back in 2015, 2016, and I had a channel before this, but it was mostly just like me skateboarding with the guys, gaming and stuff like that, but it was all like, you know, I didn't have a capture card back then, and I was much younger. I think this was back whenever I was in middle school, so I was like skateboarding with the friends, doing stupid shit, recording gameplay with like a camera set up, facing the TV screen and what have you. And then I was able to get like a flat screen TV for my 16th birthday, and I had some extra money left over, so I decided to go through and get a capture card, which was a Roxio game capture. I still had to use like the multicolored wires and stuff. And I did a lot of Battlefield content, especially more towards whenever I got a PlayStation 4. And I did a lot of streaming on Battlefield. So the next big game that I plan on streaming is probably going to be Battlefield 6, as long as it's good. Because Battlefield and Destiny were my main content games that I did on the channel, outside of a few exceptional horror games from time to time. Like, my biggest stream I ever did, before I did like the that one Warframe stream where I had like over 100 people in here just watching, not so much talking, was Whistleblower, or not Whistleblower, Outlast. And that was probably the best night of my life, and that was back during that 2016 snowstorm that we had. So I did a lot of Battlefield content, I did a lot of Destiny content, and I was doing a little bit of Division 1 content at the time. Not so much Division 2, not until I think a little bit later. But for the most part, it was mostly just Battlefield. And my channel grew mostly off of Battlefield, doing a lot of like streams and stuff. I even did like a whole 13-part stream series and playing multiple hours every day with friends and everything, and just doing big squad ups. And it was me, my buddy Alpine, JJ, Eugene, D-Ray, Mega, and I even played with a bunch of viewers and stuff on then. And I really want to get back to doing that. I would love to be able to sit down and do that again. Just makes me nostalgic for those days. So if you ever get a chance, definitely go back and check out the older videos, because I did a lot of editing and stuff back then. I just don't have much time for it nowadays. Although I plan on making a video about this game. Yeah, I miss those days. I hate nostalgia. Makes you feel depressed sometimes. Because it just makes you yearn for the days that have already passed. Especially more so now than ever. Yeah. That is... Well, it makes me want to go back to being a kid again. Because back whenever I started doing all this, I was like 15, 16. And now I'm 28. Or going to be 28. I think I'm 27 now. So, yeah, just looking back on it, it's like, has it really been that long now? I feel like an old fuck now. There's my cart. But it definitely makes me remember those days. Because that was back whenever I would have friends come over, and my buddy Alpine, he was my real life friend. And he would be pretty much like, we went to the same school and everything together, so sometimes he either rode the bus home with me or he would go back home and pick up his console and leave it over at my place half the time. And we would just stay up most of the night and play games, mostly Battlefield and everything, or Destiny, the original Destiny, that is. And then we would go to school, get through school, and then come back home and do it all over again. And if it was during the weekend and stuff, we would be up until about, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning playing. And since we lived near a gas station, they had like the best slushies. So we would just scrounge up some pocket change that I had laying around the room, and we would just go out and fucking get some slushies. But since it was like less than a 5-minute drive, but since we didn't have cars or anything at the time, we just walked there. So it was like a half an hour there and a half an hour back. But since we were going super late at night, nobody was really out on the road, and you had like the full moon just guiding your way. And I grew up in a rural area, so there wasn't that much traffic or anything like that. It's not like I grew up in a city or anything. Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing as us. Yeah, the good old days. It makes you long for them. Even like today, I was talking to my buddy JJ, which we talk off and on. He's always busy with work and other things, so we're always playing like different games. But he said, "Man, I miss the days of just playing Battlefield." And I said, when Battlefield 6 drops, we need to squad up again. We need to get together and just form like a full 4 or 5 man squad like we did back in the day. Get fucking Eugene, get Josh, and all of them. We need to do a squad up for old time's sake. And he was like, yes, we got to. Like, that's got to be the number one priority. And I was like, you're damn right it's got to be the number one priority. We can clear a fucking weekend during launch window and just sit down and play. I will wake up early to do this shit. I will put my body through the damn ringer just to go through and do that again. But yeah, that's probably going to be the next big game that I may end up streaming. As long as they end up going the route that it ends up going. Because I didn't like 2042. 2042 sucked dick. It was too much like a combination of other games. It was trying to be like Apex. It was trying to be like COD. It was trying to be like a hero shooter to which way coming and going. It lost a lot of its Battlefield identity, and I was not happy with it. In the beginning it wasn't awful, but now you got everybody doing movement tech that's all like COD, and it's like, that's not Battlefield. You got nobody playing their individual classes. You got nobody going through and actually playing the supporting roles that they should be playing. Everybody's just out there for themselves. And nobody was working together to take out vehicles like they did in the old one. But now they're kind of going back to the old formula. So now it's like, I'm excited for that. We haven't had like a modern Battlefield since Battlefield 4, and that was back in 2014. Or no, 2013. It's been 12 years since a modern Battlefield, like a near future, modern Battlefield. So, and hell, if we can get some viewers in too, that'd be even better. Imagine us going through and everybody jumping up in the Discord, since it's probably going to be crossplay. So everybody from PC to PlayStation to Xbox. Imagine if we got like a whole bunch of people in here and got into one server together. Like, that'd be fun as shit. We've done that before, and it was a lot of fun. We had like 10 people in a PlayStation chat one day, and this was like after they raised it, because I think it was only around like 5. I think they raised it to 12 at some point, and we had like 10 people in there, and we all got into the same server, and we were on different squads, but we were still communicating with each other. Like that's some fun shit. Should probably break this down. Now, Scissors, what was your favorite moment growing up as a kid? Like, I know you said that you remember doing Halo Reach and staying up until 5 a.m. with buddies and spending all of your money on snacks and playing all night. But what would you say was your best moment that you had growing up? Because I can honestly say it was whenever we did our late night walks to the gas station that we live close to. I guess I should reword that a little bit. It was back whenever we were playing Destiny 1, and this was like, I didn't get into the hype of Destiny, and I sat down and played it, and we were all playing together. It was me, my cousin, and my buddy Alpine, and we were all playing together, and we went up to my cousin's house to go swimming, and we were swimming there for a little bit, and we were talking about Destiny. And we went back to my place and we were playing for a little bit, and it was like, man, I could go for a slushie right now, or I could go for a snack. And it's like, well, why don't we go walk to Turkey Hill? And they're like, bet, let's go fucking do that. Either going through my first Monster Hunter game, Monster Hunter 3, absolutely legendary for me, or my first Pokemon days, beating the Pokédex for the first time ever. Yeah. I didn't get a chance to grow up with Pokemon. That was the only bad thing for me. I didn't get a chance to go through and grow up with a lot of these, like, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 days. I pretty much caught the tail end of it. And it was just because we didn't have the money to be able to go through and afford a console like that. I had to convince my mom to get a PlayStation 3 because I knew you didn't have to pay for online then. Where Xbox, you had to pay a subscription. But I was able to go through and play Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops 2, so I was able to at least enjoy that era of gaming. But I wish I could have gotten into the earlier Pokemon games. Although I could emulate them. That'd be fun to do. Maybe one day. That's gonna be on my bucket list. I'm gonna go through and emulate the Pokemon games. Oh yeah. It's just I didn't get a chance to grow up with it because during that time all we had was a PlayStation 2. So the only games I was pretty much playing was a lot of my PlayStation 2 titles. So everything from like Tony Hawk or Resident Evil 4 or The Punisher, SOCOM, Turok, everything and anything else under the sun for those games. A lot of SOCOM mostly, and a lot of like Tony Hawk American Wasteland. Resident Evil 4 I beat the hell out of, though. I beat that over 100 times on PlayStation 2 alone, and that's not accounting playing it across the Wii, a PlayStation 4, and the remastered that they did 2 years ago, 3 years ago now. Although we did have a yeah, that was pretty much my brother too. With the PlayStation 2, that is. He didn't really get into gaming until years later. He picked up a PlayStation 3, and he was playing that a lot. And he got into, like, our cousin got him into playing, like, Call of Duty and stuff, and zombies on World at War. And I think he was the one that helped my mom get a PlayStation for me for Christmas, because he ended up getting me like one of those like little gaming chairs that rocked back and forth on the ground, like it was on ground level, and he had like a spare like tube TV, and it was probably the best experience I ever had in my entire life, being able to sit back there and play online with everybody, play with my brother and my cousin and all that other stuff. Yep, made a sales order. Someone bought out all of the leather. Anybody been putting any new What does the sapphire ring do? Smithing, masonry, and mining speed. It's not bad. Although I got the all-encompassing ring that does it for everything, so I don't need it. Go over here and grab the thingies. Oh wait, need one more. Need one more. I got 50. Although I will say the pinnacle gaming moment that I ever had was beating Resident Evil 4 for the first time. And I remember too because it was on a snow day, and I was near the end of the game, and all I had to do was just beat the final boss. And I just remember screaming at the top of my lungs that I beat it. And everybody, or my brother, or no, my sister and her boyfriend were home, and her boyfriend came back and was like, "You beat it?" I was like, "Yeah, I finally fucking beat it." So I was jumping for joy. That was back in 6th grade or 7th grade whenever I did that. And then I just went through and played the shit out of it, because at the time I finally unlocked the infinite rocket launcher, so I was just going through and just farming money with that. And then eventually I buckled down and went through and did separate ways to get the Chicago typewriter. And not long after I did it, the game, I think the disc got ruined to the point to where I couldn't play it anymore, and the other editions didn't work well with the save file, so you had to either pick up the same edition of the game or replay it. And whenever I picked up a different edition of the game, because I didn't know about it at the time, I had to replay it again. But even now, I can go through and just load up the game and just slap it. It's not all that hard anymore for me. I think the only challenging bit in the entire game was probably the regenerator bit. The regenerators were just fucking scary even for me now. Like, the music and their weird ass noises they made were just awful. Even in the remake, makes my skin crawl. When I beat the Pokédex for the first time, I told my friends at school, and they didn't believe me until I showed them, and they all wanted the same and asked how I did it. I felt powerful. Yeah, I never had that happen. Because a lot of my friends were doing like Call of Duty and stuff, so it made it a lot harder. That, and most of my friends that I had during school weren't really into Pokemon like that, which is kind of surprising the more I think about it now, because what kid didn't fucking like Pokemon back then? Other than my wife, and I got her gradually into it, and she was like, okay, I like Pokemon. She liked Psyduck. That was the only thing that she really liked out of Pokemon. Derpy ass Psyduck. Told her we have to sit down and watch Pokemon at some point. Watch the original TV show. Although at some point we have to sit down and play Power World again, now that it's gotten a bunch of updates, other than its bullshit legal battle that it's dealing with Nintendo. The new show was, or the original show was good, but this new stuff is garbage. Yeah, because it's not the same. It'll never compare to the original. None of the cartoons now compare to the original. Or I guess I should say any cartoon nowadays does not compare to what we grew up with. Like, I grew up with, like, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, Ed, Ed, and Eddie, Camp Lazlo, Courage the Calorie Dog, all, like, the old Looney Tunes stuff, and Tom and Jerry stuff. And even, like, old SpongeBob, Drake and Josh, Ned B. Declassified, School Survival Guide, iCarly, all that shit was cool. But nowadays, like any TV show nowadays, it just makes you feel stupid for watching it. Like, it just feels incredibly more dumbed down. I guess the only thing that really hasn't lost that kind of edge is just anime. Okay, so you're on the new, like, the stuff that I kind of stopped watching. Okay, yeah, you're definitely younger than me, because, well, you're not that much younger than me. Because I'm 27, turning 28 here in, like, the next 24 days. So you had to have at least, you know, watched Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy and the old SpongeBob and stuff like that. Or at least seeded a little bit. Like, I don't know what networks you really grew up with, but I mostly grew up with, like, Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network. And I never knew what 4Kids TV was on half the time, but any times that I was able to find it, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon and all that stuff. Although I never really got into, anime until my later years, at least not until, like, high school, if not after. Because I didn't really grow up with, Toonami at all. Although, looking back, I wish I kind of did. I watched some of the older shows, like Courage. That was a good one. Old School, Boomerang, some Nickelodeon, a lot of Cartoon Network. Once a lot of the shows that I watched on Cartoon Network kind of faded, I started transitioning more to, like, Nickelodeon. Although, do you remember Total Drama Island? Tell me you at least watched that growing up a little bit. Because that was the shit. I was in that mix of beginning of the new and out with the old. Dude, that... I sat... like, I was at Boy Scouts at the time, but the new episodes always dropped during the days after Scouts, so I was like, as soon as I got home, I threw on the TV and was watching the newest episode. I still say my favorite one is back whenever they had that Halloween one where they were dealing with, like, the horror movie killers and stuff like that. I remember Chowder. Chowder was funny. And I think my wife liked Chowder as well. I know she liked The Misadventures of Flapjack. She just liked it because of its weird factor. And it was good. I liked it. I could sit down and watch that. I'm just trying to remember all the TV shows I grew up with now at this point. Drake and Josh was one of the few shows I was able to get my brother to sit down and watch outside of Ed, Ed, and Eddie. My wife didn't really enjoy Courage as much because she thought it was just too scary. Regular shows she didn't really watch that much either, I don't think, but I know she liked Adventure Time. Me and her watched a lot of Adventure Time as well. Adventure Time was good. I didn't like it or get the appeal of it whenever it first came out, but after sitting down and watching it more, I do like it. Emily loves Gunter. That's her favorite character. Oh yeah. Well, I haven't watched the documentary, but I know there was a lot of weird shit going on over at Nickelodeon and all that stuff. And with the child stars and everything, what was her name? Sam, the girl, the actor that played Sam in iCarly. Like, she was my crush growing up. Outside of Miranda Cosgrove. Well, yeah, because, you know, Drake was diddled. And it's sad because I caught the tail end of it, but I remember seeing Drake and all them from the Amanda Show. And then they had such great chemistry together that they got their own show. And it was all because of that. And it's sad and it's fucked. Hell, okay, let me hit you with this. Do you remember when Drake actually used to produce, or he still does, but do you remember, like, did you ever pick up any of his albums? Like, hold on, what was the one album that I got for Christmas the one year? Let me go on Spotify and check real quick. Yeah, it was 2006, and it was called It's Only Time. Like, that album was the shit. No, Drake Bell, the guy from Drake and Josh, he actually produced music. Like, he had albums and stuff that came out during that time, during Drake and Josh. Oh no, it wasn't just for, like, stuff on the show. If you get a chance and if you have Spotify, look up Drake Bell and listen to his album from 2006, It's Only Time. That album was the shit. And it has the original theme song on there from the show as well. I don't know who got it for me for Christmas, but I want to say it was either mom or my brother because me and my brother loved watching Drake and Josh growing up, and he was older than me. Like, I think my brother's about to turn 40. Oh no. Is there any reason why you're not? Well, that's the only shitty bit. Can I grab that? The only one of his songs that I do like, but it was never on any of the albums from what I can find, was "The Girl Next Door," and that was the episode from Drake and Josh where, uh, Josh was being accused of like trying to steal Drake's girlfriend, but she was constantly making moves on him, and they had to do like a music video for like class or whatever, and Megan caught like the girl trying to like make a move on Josh, and it kind of blew up in her face. But that song from that episode was easily one of my favorites. Jojo, you're going to fall, my dude. almost there. I'll be able to start making my tools soon. And then the wife's been wanting me to go through and make her a tier 2 fishing rod. So Scissors, are you looking at the Drake Bell album? Or with It's Only Time? I know that game. Hold up. I don't remember who said it, but somebody's... I don't know if... Hold on. Don't start... Okay, I've not played it, but I've definitely seen it. Was it you that recommended that, or was it somebody else? Oh, there's a lot of people out here. Forgot to throw my thing in there. Gotcha. I'd say if you get a chance, definitely show your wife this game. She might like it. My wife's been addicted to this. If she's like into the whole like satisfactory of like, oh, I did this thing and now I can do this thing. Oh, and I did this thing, now I can do this thing. My wife has like a sticker chart that she goes through and like feels very satisfied with whenever she goes through and gets something done that day, so she'll put a sticker on the chart. To where she can like, it feels like a reward system, essentially, and that's pretty much what this game does. Especially with the levels, like, she's sunk so much more time. Hold on. I will go out here, and she always leaves the game open, but I can tell you, she's been pretty much playing every day outside of the game being opened. So, give me a second. I'm gonna go out here and look, because now I'm curious on how many hours she actually has into the game, and I gotta grab another water bottle. Be right back. She has 233 hours into the fucking game already. I don't even think I have even 100 hours yet. Hold up. Where am I sitting at? No, I'm sitting around like 22 or 25 hours. Yeah, she has me beat whenever it comes to that. Now, grant you, she leaves the game open all the time, which now I don't know if that contributes to the amount of hours put into the game. Like, I don't know if it only works whenever you're playing, or if it's only because whenever the game's open. But either way, she has way more time than me because she's been playing pretty much every day. Yeah. She plays for a few hours once she gets home, and then we go to the gym, and then we come back, and she just immediately opens up the game, starts up whatever task she's been doing. Like, she'll start up a task of whatever she's doing, she'll go cook dinner, and then she sets a timer. And every time that timer goes off, she's like, oh, I gotta go back to the game. I'm like, you're addicted. And she's like, no. It's like, yeah, you are. And she's like, nuh-uh. I'm like, you have a timer set on your phone to notify you that your thing's finished. And she's like, so? And it's like, you're addicted. And she'd be like, just a little bit. But I can quit any time. And it's like, uh-huh. Sure. Believe it when I see it. Now, for me, I probably would have close to 100 hours if I was going through and just sinking all my time into the game. Because this game's good. It's very... I can literally just go through, unplug the hamster from its wheel, and just mindlessly play. And I'm doing everything just with my right hand. Yeah. I plan on it. I'm gonna be like, and Scissors is even calling you out for it now. She'd be like, I don't have a problem. I'll be like, yeah, you keep telling yourself that, babe. And we plan on playing it here tonight. I gotta find, like, that right balance of, like, I want to sit here and stream the game with her and have some fun with her tonight, but I also want to still sit down and play online with the guys because I only get the weekends with them. So I'm kind of hoping if, depending on how it ends up, like, playing out, we may be able to play for a little bit more this morning, but I may end up just, like, you know, just wanting to spend some time with her and just relax. Tell her the first step to addiction is admitting you have a problem. Yeah, but the funny thing is, she won't admit that she has a problem. That's what gets me. Because she'll be, like, she loves this game because it has fishing. I said, it has fishing. She was like, stop. You already sold me on fishing. And I'm like, but there's other things that you can do. And she's like, yeah, but you already sold me on fishing. And I showed her the... I showed her, like, a gameplay trailer, and I've been following this game since, like, 2020. Like, I forgot about it for a little bit, and I was like, oh yeah, Bitcraft. And I looked into it, and I saw it was going to be coming out eventually, and I was like, oh shit. Because it appeared on Steam, and I was like, oh, they're actually coming to Steam? I didn't know if they were going to go to, like, a different platform, or what have you, but I'm glad they came to Steam. I didn't even show the skills. Because these are the skills themselves. You have construction, cooking, merchanting, sailing, slayer, and taming. I don't know how you get the taming stuff done, though. But apparently you can tame creatures in this game. Just haven't figured it out yet. I don't want to look it up because I want to see if I can figure it out, but it may force my hand and be like, all right, I'm gonna look it up because I really want to like pet, follow me around and hanging out with me while I'm doing stuff. And I've seen some people running around with birds and stuff. Not like the birds that I'm hunting or anything, but like these colorful looking birds. She'll definitely be happy that I'm getting her all this food, though. Because she rolled into fishing, cooking, farming, and I want to say forestry, but I could be wrong on that one. Or not forestry, foraging. Come on, cart, pop up. So, hopefully I can strike that balance here tonight, because I want to sit here and stream with her for a little bit here tonight, and I still want to sit down and play with the boys for a little bit. And if I can't play with the boys, then, you know, she is more important. I want to sit down and hang out with her for a little bit. Because we didn't get a chance to do anything together this past weekend because of her going on a trip that she had to attend. So it was just me all by my lonesome here. Oh, and another reason why I think she's addicted or has a problem. Pretty much every day since this game dropped, she's been playing before going to work. She'll start up the game and get some tasks done before she walks out that door. And she normally has to leave around like 7:45 or 7:40 in the morning. So it's always before like I get home, or she's about to leave before as I'm getting home. But thank you, Scissors. There's times where she'll be like, no, go play with the boys. I don't want to deal with you. It's like, but I don't mind hanging out with you. And she'll be like, no, go get. I'll sit down and play Minecraft. And put on, like, Neebs Gaming and watch their, like, any of their stuff. It's like, okay. But yeah, she'll play before going to work. She'll get some tasks done, then she'll log off and then come home and immediately start the game back up and then play up until I wake up and I'm like, all right, babe, let's go to the gym. And she'd be like, but yeah, hold up. I gotta finish what I'm doing first. And I'm like, babe, it's already like after 8. We gotta go to the gym and get this done and then you can continue playing when we get home. And she'd be like, fine. So, if I looked at her, because she wants to go, we're going to go to the gym hopefully this morning. I want to go to the gym and get that done because we didn't get a chance to go these past 2 days. And it's leg day, so I need to crank that out. But if I looked at her and said, you want to just stay home and play Bitcraft? And she'll be like, yeah, we don't have to go anywhere? No, we can just sit down and play Bit. All right, I'm getting on. You streaming? Or is this going to be an off-stream thing? I'll be like, no, this is going to be a streaming thing, or no, we can do this off-stream. And she'll be like, okay. but she's already been pestering me for like new tools and everything because she wants to start doing the more tiered stuff. So but she is a good wife. She doesn't give me she gives me a hard time about things, but she doesn't give me a hard time about playing my games and everything or spending some time with the guys because she knows I need to have that in my life. She doesn't bust my balls or come back here and turn off the computer or whatever because I'm back here playing with people. She gets on my nerves, but what woman doesn't get on a man's nerves? I think I got enough birds to finish my leveling off. So now I need to make my way back home again and start converting this and making some more food for the wife so that way she can level up her cooking some more. And here when we play tonight, or this evening, I'll see if she can go through and give me some food items. And I'll go through here once I get back and start making her new tools. Because I know she's going to need a new hoe. She's going to need a new... Fun fact, if your wife doesn't get on your nerves, then she doesn't really want the best for you. And does she really want the best for you? True. Very true. If the wife isn't causing a little bit of chaos in your life, then she doesn't really care for you. Because if it's too much chaos, then that can get annoying quick. And there we go. Now we can start being able to go through and break down the other stuff. And another achievement has been completed. That's another title claimed. But even still, I think she probably is sitting on about 75 to 100 hours in this game. Because even if the game counts the time, even with it being open, she's easily sitting around that much. I can feel it. 50 plus, easily. She definitely has double than what I have. See, there's that little fucker. That little bird. I don't know how people are getting them, though. I don't know if it's a cosmetic in the shop or if that's something that you can tame. Well, you little fucker, though. I don't think there was anything really in the shop, though. think she did say she was going to text me something. Or not text me something, but let me know if I'm waking her up or not. Although, before I go any further here, I'm going to go through and unplug my headsets. Not the one I'm using, but the one I had charging. Slap my phone on the charge. Okay. Let's go throw this extra stuff in here for right now. And grab you. Because now we can actually start converting these bastards down. And and Emily's going to be getting the tier 2 meat then as well, so she's going to be even more happier. We're getting 2 extra levels, or 2 extra XP for converting this down. Although I won't be able to make her any of her tools until she drops me the stuff that she currently has, so that way I can go through and make an upgraded version. Because the thing is, it takes the tool that you have, like, in order to be able to go through and upgrade it to the Pyrite or whatever it is version, the tier 2 version essentially, it requires the metal version of the tool and the materials needed along with it. So if she gives me all of her stuff, I can just go through and just upgrade it, essentially, whatever she needs. But this will give me the opportunity to go through and just get whatever I need to get for my stuff ahead of time, and then I can go through and give her the upgraded stuff. I'm going to have to go through and upgrade everything. And I might work on masonry a little bit, although that's going to be like a side gig sort of deal. But I do need the stuff from the pebbles. Although they definitely need to go through and make the levels for the, you know, all the professions, like, mean a little bit more. See, I can't even cook the savory meat stuff because I don't have tier 20 cooking. Shit. Eat that. It's the hunting and all that stuff is going to level up a little bit faster now. Because now I can start hunting bigger game, but still going to be a minute before I can go through and do anything with them. At least not until level 30. Although I'm going to need the tier 2 resin stuff to put into this. But the first thing I'm going to make is my pickaxe. And hopefully here today I can go out to like a Best Buy or something and get like a long HDMI cord to run to the back of the PC and a long what is it, USB-C, I think. I'll check with the wife. She'd probably know better than me. A long USB-C cable to run from the PC, or from the capture card to the PC, I think. Because I think it needs to run from there to there. If I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check. That way I can utilize Streamlabs and set up like a different thing to where I can record from there. Or not record, stream from there. Since I already have this all set up. The only major issue is that the, I have to go through and get everything more tuned and set up. And I'd probably have like just use the headset setup. There we go. Gonna say, come on. Yeah, I need... Okay, so it just requires normal buckets still. Just, I need the log. So we'll go offload this stuff for now. At least, what are you doing? Thank you. line everything up. Need you, though, and sort. Go out here and look for some logs real quick to make the basic bucket. Sort that. To a degree, well, Minecraft is more of a sandbox. You can alter the world. It does have like complete terraforming in this game, where you can raise and lower the ground as much as you want. But the world itself is all about building your empire and building up your settlement. The empire is like a paid-for system, like, you know, physical, real-world money system, but that's for people who want to, like, build, like, a proper community, or, like, for bigger streamers who want to, like, get more people to help with their build and everything. I'm sure a lot of these builds over here and over out the other way are all like that, especially this one. This one's gotta be, like, all, like, streamer-based and stuff like that. It wouldn't be surprising. But the overall game is pretty much just like, if you enjoy like mining and stuff, you can just go out and collect like mining materials and just smelt it down and sell it on the market. You only need to roll into really two professions. It's just, for me being a smith, I'm not trying to buy like materials and stuff or travel around right now, at least, to buy materials on the market, because I don't have the money. Well, I do now, kind of, but if I can go through and do it myself, I would rather do it myself. But that requires me to be a man of many hats. So I'm pretty much doing like an Iron Man thing to a degree, or a pseudo Iron Man, where I'm pretty much doing everything instead of relying on other people. Because that's why I got my tailoring to 20, my smithing to 20, my mining to 20, forestry, carpentry, and foraging. Because I need all those things in order to be able to do that. Oh, and leatherworking, and hunting. The only things I do not have super high is scholar, farming, and fishing. And masonry, which I might work on masonry on the side a little bit. But you don't have to do exactly like what I'm doing. That's the best bit. You can kind of just play however way you want to play. I'm not sure what Scholar really does, though. I know it's something to do with, like, these things here, like these hieroglyphics, but I don't know what they're really used for. I haven't really looked into them too much. Strip down the log. I don't know if you've ever played V Rising before, but it also works off like that kind of system with like the settlements and the empire system, I think, to a degree. So everybody has to go through and like supply supplies and materials to like I want to say it's that thing there. Think of it like in V Rising where you have like the blood altar and you have to keep on supplying blood. If you don't, it slowly decays and destroys the base over time. That's how the settlements and empire system works, I believe. I don't know so much about the empire system, but I know with settlements. But if it works with settlements, it should do the same thing with empires as well. Where if you're not supplying it with enough supplies, it would eventually just decay and rot away. And when you do join an empire, like I did, you do get a cool cape. It was green when I started, but then I guess they changed the color to blue. Convert you. Burb. Depends on how much stuff you're crafting, but as you ascend up into like getting like more stuff for your character, like I have something that's reducing my crafting speed and gathering speed by 4%. We're increasing the crafting speed and gathering speed by 4%, but that's a tier 1. As far as my knowledge, it goes all the way up to 10, or no, 9. So there can be better statted items. It's just I don't have them yet. I'm still fairly low. But somebody in one of the other towns can be selling something that's higher that can benefit me more if I wanted to buy it. But there's armor and stuff that reduces it. Like, I have stuff that helps with my gathering speed and my evasion and stuff. The metal helmet and everything's giving me a little bit more health and more armor. Same with the pants and everything. And I'm running the spear and shield at the current moment. I may switch. But there's stuff that pretty much helps reduce your crafting time, and having stuff that gives you more stamina is more beneficial. Cook some food real quick. Where'd they move the cooker? Yeah, like I can start cooking this stuff, but I can't because I'm not cooking level 20. But I can still cook this stuff. until my stamina recovers a little bit. And it's going to take a fat second. There we go. Just needed enough to where I can finish it to get my stamina regen going. But yeah, no, it depends on how many items you're crafting and how good your armor or gear pieces or like rings or amulets that you may be wearing helps as well. Keep on wanting to head back out, but I can't head out just yet because I need to go through and convert these planks into buckets again. Yeah, this is kind of a game where you can go through and just like, for me, I have like a dual monitor setup. So if you're doing stuff that's going to take a little bit to craft and what have you, put something up on your other monitor, like YouTube or Netflix or anime, what have you, and just sit there and watch something while you play. It's definitely very, very casual. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I got like a dual monitor set up with my PC. So it's nice having this. Even still, if you're out in like, I don't know where you would typically play out in your house or what have you, but if you're out in like the living room and all that, you can always go through and just put on something on the TV and just play while sitting on the couch and relaxing. That's a W wife right there. Because I pretty much have a man cave as well. I need to go through and tidy it up. I got a lot of empty water bottles laying around in here. Oh, I need this still. But yeah, W wife. We live in a 2-bedroom apartment, and I'm using the other bedroom for the man cave, and she has like out in the living room is her like office area where she keeps her gaming setup and all that, and like her music books and all that. Yeah, I don't know where you live at or what have you, but if you end up building a PC, I would definitely recommend either building, or if you want to get one built yourself, definitely look for a place called Micro Center. They're pretty good. Customer service was awesome. One of the guys I was talking with there, he was really nice and helped me out getting the parts I needed, and I gave him a list of the parts that I had in my old PC, and he gave me recommendations that would be a big upgrade and would work well for the price range I was trying to go for. $15. Oh my god. Well, since I gotta kill some time. I think you should probably go through and just build up one yourself. I don't think you would have, like, I never built a PC before, and I built mine, and I have no knowledge. Like, I sat down and watched a lot of videos. Like, I prepped for like a month trying to understand it, and it wasn't too bad, and my wife actually helped me with it a little bit, but it's not too complicated. It's pretty much like plug in the spot, like, oh, this thing needs to go here, you just plug it there. I have a feeling I'm going to need more of the... I'll see. I'm going to try and get, like, more birch planks. I think that's what I... do I need... what to do, what do I want to do? You know what, I'll try and get some more of this stuff going a while. I don't know why it gave me... Or unless it was just telling me that it gave me that. Hey, a geode. Can't do anything with it, but I can probably sell it on the market. I think the last one I sold it for was a little bit too high. Even though it probably sold now, I'm probably going to sell it for a little bit lower. I might sell it for like 10 gold. Take that geo chunk and sell it. Okay, new orders. Oh, not that high. Okay, where did they... Okay, it's right there. Those things should be about ready here soon. Although I'm definitely curious on how long, like, what the upgrade's gonna be like. Somebody already going through and making that stuff. Another piece of meat. I don't quite remember how much it's going to take to go through and build one of the things. What's up, Yuki? see, pickaxe. That's actually not all that bad. You have a chance of getting potentially 2. How are you this morning, Yuki? Level 24 with smithing. Level 24. Should be able to go through. I know I can't at the moment. I don't have any birch logs I can throw in there, or tier 2 logs. I'll go check on my leather though real quick. See how it's coming along before I mosey out to get some more stuff. I got 3 minutes. Yeah. I'll run out and grab the logs real quick. Filter, no. Tier 2. Maybe log. No, not log. Man, I was gonna track it, but I don't know what the actual name is of it. Shouldn't be hard, it's just a birch tree. Sure, birch tree. That's how you track resources. Simple wood trunk. Don't mind the tree bark one bit. I need more of that if I'm going to be making more of the leather. Although I'm kind of wondering if I can go through and upgrade my players' like cargo inventory slot. Because that'd be kind of nice if I could, instead of only just holding one item and having to run back to the cart each time, especially if I'm doing any hunting. Should be more than enough for what I need. Over here and grab you real quick. This is going to take a minute. Eventually I'm going to have to travel, because once I get the stuff needed to start moving out a little bit, I'm going to have to move out a little bit and see if I can find tier 3 stuff to mine. Somebody's actually got a proper boat. Yeah, there's fast travel, although it costs more energy to fast travel with each item on you. Like, I can go here, and I can fast travel anywhere in the world right now, even if I haven't been there yet. Like, I can fast travel to, like, any of these areas up here as long as there's, like, an actual location to fast travel to. bounty level up from that? What? Yeah. As long as you don't have anything on your character, you can go through, or not a whole lot on your character, I should say. You can fast travel just about anywhere. It just takes a little bit of time to regen, but I'm sure that there's items and stuff that will help regen your teleportation energy, whether it be food or items to wear. I just haven't found it yet. There's so much I still haven't found in this game yet. There's a lot of mystery to it. But I would love to get like a cargo ship and move out somewhere, gather up all my resources, dump them back in the cargo ship, move out, or come back home and process it all. That's my goal. Or hell, even go through and like load up a cargo ship with a bunch of tools and everything and take it to other places to sell. Then write down those locations and then just kind of offload everything and just teleport later to go check and see if anything's sold. But the developers, from what I last seen, did confirm that they were gonna allow people to build out, like make ocean towns, like places in the middle of the ocean, like settlements and stuff, and empires. So you can live out in like an ocean town as well, eventually, whenever they do implement it. Whether or not that's a thing yet now, I don't think so. We have all this open stretch of ocean, especially here. Like, this is probably one of the bigger parts so far. Yeah, this middle bit's definitely the bigger part here. And out here, that's all ocean as well. No. Other empires can rival with each other a little bit by trying to steal territory from one another. But I don't understand the system. That would be something that you would have to look at individually and see how it works. But settlements, you can join any settlement at any given time, but you're locked to an empire when you joined it. Or you can only be locked to one empire at a time. So you can leave this, like if I wanted to, I can leave this one and join another empire somewhere else. But I like this one. It's a nice cozy little town. I like it here. I'll probably live here until either the place falls into ruin or what have you. But there is no griefing in the game. Players just can't go over here and just start beating the shit out of you and take your shit. It's not like that. Which makes it even better. You can just come in and play and just have fun. There's no PvP or anything like that. And there are like creatures and stuff, like, I wouldn't say monsters, but wild animals that you can fight as well. And I hope they do add more creatures to expand upon like the attacking aspect, because they have interesting weapons and stuff that you can play around with, and they do have like light move sets, but it's more or less to like defend yourself whenever you're out and about, because you can be attacked like by bears and jackals and stuff, and God knows what else. I will say, kind of a good thing that I'm going through and making this leather, because the longer the crafting thing, the more levels you're getting out of it in return. Although now I'm pretty much trying to figure out what would be the next tier of items that I can go through and craft then. That would be the better question. And that's done. Yeah, Emily's probably going to want this then eventually as well. Put some stuff away real quick. Anything sell? No sales orders yet. Oh, oops. I need to break that down. Luckily it won't take long. Another hat might be going to the top of my head here eventually, because the more I think about it, if I am already being a smith and making tools and all that stuff and weapons, why not go through and just roll into masonry as well, because then I can go through and make rings and stuff. That, and I need masonry for like the refined stuff anyway. Okay, now we can break you down into this. See, I want to know how people are actually getting that. I'm definitely curious. Do we have the twins here? Someone bought my leather. Pretty sure it was probably them. They bought all of it too, damn. No. There we go. Let's use it here. Can I make this? That's still gonna take 15 minutes. So I might as well make all this rope. Get that tailoring up a little bit higher. Thank you, Scissors. Thank you for tuning in for a little bit. Take care, be safe getting home, and happy 4th of July, brother. And I appreciate you coming in and hanging out for a little bit. I look forward to hopefully either seeing you tomorrow or sometime next weekend whenever you get the free time. Getting closer. You're getting that much closer to getting the stuff we need. Because I think we got everything but the rope at this point. Because we got the planks, we got the leather, we just need the rope at this point, and I already have the tool in my inventory, so. And the extra ingots are over in the bank, so I just gotta grab them from there. So the only thing we're missing now is just the rope. So once those are done here in the next 15 minutes, we'll be able to go through and claim them. I'll probably sell the rope here on the market for probably about 5 gold. But we're inching that much closer. We're almost there. We're almost to being able to start crafting the stuff or the next tier of stuff to upgrade. And I think I'm going to go through and definitely make a new pickaxe, because that's my main line of work, is just going through and gathering up materials and the scissors, because I don't want these ropes to take long whenever I decide to go through and mass produce them. Same with the knife. The axe and everything else can kind of come second, because that doesn't take as long. Where this definitely takes a minute. So anything to speed up that progress just a little bit. I'm curious on how much it's going to bump it up to. Tailoring level 22. Charge looking on my phone. $34%. can't wait until I get to the Journeyman Miner. I can't even see that. Probably head back here in a couple minutes and try and wake up the wife. No, we're good. I don't have to eat another thing. Just gotta wait until my stam recovers a little bit. Wonder where they're getting these little guys at. Little dudes. These should just be about ready then. If they're not already. Just about done. So close, just 200 more. Finally, now we can sell it. Sell for what? 7 gold? That took some time, so yeah, I'm gonna sell it for about 7 gold. And they'll probably buy it because it's going to take a while. Like something like that takes a while to craft. Claim. And you're done. Boy. But I shall be right back. While this is doing its thing, I'm gonna go in here and see if I can get the wife to wake up. Alright, I'm back. This is gonna take a minute. Once the rope's done, then we can go through and mess with the other things then. This is almost done, almost done, almost done. At least I'm getting a fair amount of levels out of tailoring right now, but it just takes so much time. Like, there should be no reason that it's taking this long. Like, none of the other professions have something that takes this long. And how much does it take to do one rope for this? 130. It doesn't even take that long with the other things. Not even smithing. Gotta let my stamina recover again. I also have to check and see how many of the ingots I made of the other stuff. Overall, this was a very progression-based stream. This was very solid here tonight. We got a lot done. We got hunting done. We got the leather working done. It's just a matter of building these tools now. We are so close. We just need to build the tools, try them out for a few, and then see how they perform. Okay, that's done. Let's go over here, grab the stuff out of the thingy real quick. Where are you? There you are. So what are we missing? Nothing. It just needs me to put the thing in there. So let's go here. Professions. Grab you. Put you in there. Put you in there. Do those first. So the power only went up by 1. That needs to be a significantly bigger jump than that. I have enough for another thing. What do I want to craft? Probably do the axe next. Actually, no. Yeah, we'll do the axe. Now we're short. Alright, convert this. Oh hell no, that's gonna take too much time. We'll just do 4 for the time being. can make the axe. There we go. Let's go try out our new things. Actually, I should be probably doing... I'm probably gonna die. Tier 3 axe, but don't have a level 30 forestry. So... Looking around to see... There's nothing else too crazy to work on right now. I have more stuff in the pipeline that I want to do, but probably gonna call it for the morning, at least for right now. It was a good 4 hours, 10 minutes, so. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and hanging out. We finally reached our goal of getting to the next tier of upgrades for our tools, so hopefully I'll be able to stream this a little bit here tonight. We'll see, sort of deal. But again, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for tuning in or watching this post stream if you watched up to this point, and I will see you all in the next one. Take care.